Welcome to this all-round trip speedrun attempt. My name is Beijing. Let's get started. Exclamation is important so that we'll be on the top of the list after it inevitably crashes. So our first launch is just a super short one right above the pad. Got this idea from Ultimate Steve, the current record holder. Alright, first launch is in the bag. Should be 32 science total. Yep, got everything. Second launch is also just a quick science jaunt. Previous launches here attempted to, or got into orbital. But we're just going to be going to the upper atmosphere to try to save a little time. This is my first time trying to commentate and play video, so it's going to be long periods of silence. That should be okay. Probably could have done this faster with a lower altitude, but then sometimes it takes a bit longer to go, so didn't want to risk it. There is one more we could get here if we clear the one in the cabin and do a crew report, but I don't think it's worth it. Alright, basic science missions out of the way. It's time to get on to the real missions. Oop, forgot a launch pad upgrade. Gonna get that real quick. So the previous attempts in this spot went for either the moon or a moon flyby. We're just going straight to moon in and miss. See if I can remember how this thing's built. Fuel tanks plus landing legs, save some of parts. This launch is really parts limited. We could go a lot further than this. We could do, I think, Duna and Ike also. With the DV it's possible to get, but the issue is speed. Have to do it at a lower technology level. Without a leveled pilot, it takes time. I think it's faster to do the quicker, lower DV option. And the swivel is also not a very high DV engine for this purpose, and most of our tanks are devoted to the swivel. That's mostly for stability, so we don't have to have fins, since we're part count limited, and fins take some part counts. Okay, 30 parts. I think we added everything. Swivel also produces electricity, which is nice since we don't have any batteries, and that can be a pain to do long journeys with just one battery in the crew cabin. Alright, let's see how badly I can mess up this launch. So I was a little tempted to go triple speed here, but the few times I've tried, I always mess up. A lot harder to fly at triple speed or quadruple. Just kind of doing a basic gravity turn here. This is a little bit too high for maximum efficiency, but we're not going for maximum efficiency, we're going for time efficiency since we have some spare DV built into the budget. So I was trying to be more efficient and be more over on the horizon earlier so that our periapsis is higher when our apoapsis is this high. Coast into the atmosphere so we can time warp a little bit harder. That was pretty inefficient. That's okay. Alright, now back to town. We're getting a tracking update for maneuver nodes and stuff, intercepts, and then also astronaut upgrade for EVAs. Check the contracts real quick. Spacewalk and return, I think that's worth it. Alright, now we're setting up some science for later. Now and later. It's much more convenient to do this when you have access to action groups, but it's not so bad. and storage science container thing. Okay, so now it's off to Minmus. We could just create a maneuver node, but I'm going to try to be fancy and do it just based on the ejection angle. Written down in my brief notes, we need, what is it, 136, negative 136. Try to go a little faster without overshooting. The time controls are so important in this. One of the areas I'm not really that good at being aggressive with the warp. Save a lot of time. Okay, that was pretty good. Going a little bit above it here because it's naturally going to progress through the radial out direction through the burn. Okay, time warp. You could, of course, do this with just a maneuver node here, but it saves a little time starting the burn before you set it up. Alright, that works. We don't need a close encounter. Anything will do. Get the high science here. Triple speed is a little bit, or max speed is a little aggressive there. So he definitely costs us some DV, not getting closer to Minmus to do this capture burn. But that's okay. It's a lot faster to do it this way and not having to worry about getting our encounter close. The fastest way to land this is just make this direct suicide burn from here, but do it this way because we need to land close to the equator. We don't need to, but it's faster. Do a little science first. Keep an eye on electricity. Try to do a lot of these maneuvers here, so like instead of holding down SAS and going over, you go quickly and then you time warp right there and it'll stop the rotation. It saves electricity. I mean, it can also be faster if you do it right, but often not when I do it. Try to get this close to the equator. That looks close enough. Alright, plenty of distance to do some science first. You can tell every time I try to click on something that I'm not a really legit speedrunner. Okay. So a lot of the time skill in this speedrun is how ballsy you want to get with the landing. As far as timing the suicide burn at the last second, and also the time warp controls can be even a bigger deal. We have pretty low thrust to weight ratio here, so hopefully I didn't wait too long. Yeah, looks like we're good. A little bit of a weird angle coming into the stope sleep right this, but I think we're good still. Tempted to try to time warp, but probably not smart. Okay. I forgot to clear all that data. Let's do that later. So now we're going to try to get surface samples, upgrade the science building. To do that, we're going to need some contracts that we don't really intend to finish. Basically like taking out a loan. Few 71s at the top is good. Nice, we're running pretty good on this time. If you don't get the contracts, you can just time warp. There's no reason that's bad here until you get the contracts you want. Setting up our experiments again. Alright. Oh, I forgot to clear them again, didn't I? And away we go. You can always check your how close you are to the equator when you're on the ground. Checking inclination there. Looks like we're pretty far south. Let me just correct that by going north a little bit. So I got this idea from Ultimate Sleeve also. We're headed out of Kerbin's SOI real quick here. It can be pretty sensitive. The harder you burn out, any extra you burn can come back to haunt you many factors, a few orders of magnitude more than the DV it takes to get back in. You try to just barely get out. Barely as far as DV and also time, because the longer you drift away, the harder it can get. We're doing this mostly for science. It's probably quicker to just hop to a new Nimbus biome instead of doing this. But the advantage with this is that we level up our pilot to level 3 instead of level 2 after this mission, which gives us maneuver nodes. And I think the ability to just lock on maneuver nodes saves enough time on our next mission that it's worth it. Okay. Now we see which direction Kerbin is. Lock onto the moon because it's close enough. Looks like it'll be radial out. Alright. Get back into the system real quick. 4 degrees, I don't know if that's worth canceling. Probably not. This rarely works for an intercept right here. I'll see if we get lucky. Almost. This is screwing us up now. A little further. Man, this is confusing. I think that's after the Nimbus. Okay, good enough. Yeah, let's correct this a little bit. Let's risk a little max speed here, save first. It can be tough on these eccentric orbits because speed increases so much as you get into the orbit. It's tough to time at max speed. Okay, descending node is what we need. think that was ascending. I think that was ascending. Yep, okay, close enough. Now the strategy is to just complete the orbit, and one sphere of influence is pretty big, so we can just break retrograde until we get an encounter here. Cool, that works. Going to the edge of the sphere so we can get some signs first. And of course I forgot to clear them. $164, so we could have just done it here. I actually have no idea what the border is between low and high. Just know if you're about to crash, you're probably low, and if you're in orbit, you're usually high. That's the type of orbits I do. Should we go for a direct descent here? Yeah, let's do it on the daytime side though. I'll just do kind of a weird yeah, actually let's just get real close. Got our near biome. I guess it's not really a biome, but you know what I mean. Take the data this time. Alright, now we do a landing burn. If we want to be really efficient, this would be a really small burn here, but we care more about time, so we'll do a little aggressive and then some time warp action. Let's save it. Really, I'm not sure where to start this, so let's go early. With some doubled speed. Maybe we're cutting it close here. This might have been too much. Nice, looks like we got it. I hate that about the crash thing. Two down. They need to go. And we actually do need to collect it this time. So I think that's our last zone. Let's hope it's our last zone, otherwise we're kind of screwed. So I forgot something. Okay. Go to 90. Time warp action. It's more efficient to, I think, be closer to the horizon here, but this gets us to the apoapsis quicker. Being a little bit more tilted up, that is. And this angle should get us close to curving. Doing fine for DV. I don't think we need to get too exact here. It can be a little tricky getting back into the atmosphere. Should be good. Hopefully I guess the right way here. I think we're coming from this direction. Well, we'll find out shortly. Hate that slower time warp. Let's be a little aggressive. Or, let's just relax. So I'm not sure this is necessary, but let's burn off a little bit of our fuel here. Probably should do this at just one speed. Experiments go bust predictably. Not exactly on the retrograde, but I don't think it's worth switching. Probably could increase the speed here, but I'm a little worried. Okay, he's going down now, it's fine. What to set the parachute? Let's try 650. Quick save. Cancel warp right before it deploys. This should be about 1200 signs, so we did everything right. A little over, yep, 1236. Okay, so let's see if I can remember what we need. What most of our research going to is going to be quite different than the previous ones. The most powerful part in the game, I think by far, is command seat. So that's what most of our science went for. Okay, so now we need 460,000, I think, around there. So I need to do take out some loans. It's possible to get unlimited money by just creating contracts and then canceling when you have no money. But there's no reason for us. I don't have any problem with people doing that. You know, it's a speedrun rules are pretty clear on taking advantage of that type of stuff. But you know, if you don't need to, no point really. Okay, so now we're going to try to balance this command seat. This is the core of like most of the ships I ever build. It's command seat on this small core. Get it oriented the right way on the pad. Not strictly necessary, but what I'm used to. Okay, now the trick here is you get the edge. That would probably help if I switch off the snap to mode. You want that edge just a little bit on that ring. It's hard to see with my mouse in the way. Probably get a better angle. Okay, that's a little bit low, but that's close enough. We don't need to get it that close. It's mostly for time warp stability. It helps with time warp stability if it's really balanced. Takes out some wobble. A little annoying, there's no way to do it naturally. Drain the ablator is an important step. I always forget that. It's about 1000 dV difference to drain the ablator or not. And this setup can arrow brake from literally anywhere in the Kerbin system at literally any angle. So ablator's totally worthless. You can even go like head on from ELO and then accelerate towards it and still be okay. All right. Kind of torn between trying to explain everything I'm doing here, trying to concentrate and go fast. Streamer's dilemma, I guess. One of the reasons I never stream. So at the risk of spoiling it, this is all going to be 6 times symmetry. Do it in pairs so that it's balanced. It's kind of a way to do asparagus staging. Not kind of, it is. That's pretty quick and not too tough. It's not quite as optimal as some other asparagus setups as far as like dB goes, but it's great for normalizing TWR across a run, which is important for this. We can keep a high thrust to weight ratio. It's pretty consistent, which makes it a lot easier to time like suicide burns and stuff, because you can be at different points in your staging, you know, depending on how things are going. So having a consistent TWR helps with that. So many clicks to set a rigid and grandparent. Really miss. I'm used to having I don't even remember what the mod's called. I think it's KER. That you can just like click down here and do it all quickly. Okay. Caps. I don't need to do strictly rigid grandparent on absolutely everything. It's really key on some parts. I never really did the experimentation to figure out what needs it and what doesn't, so I think it's safer to just do it on everything. So this is a key part. This is the closest we get to like being a little exploity. I try to avoid that stuff, you know, not because I have a problem with it, just because I think it's kind of fun to do a run without it when you can beat the record without it. But this right here, this fairing, which we will use and abuse throughout the game, you can avoid putting cones on these because these are all inside. And then as long as you set the sides to 6, then it shouldn't have any problem disbanding without blowing everything up. Probably a really way faster way to build this if I learned how to take out all the parts I need to start and then just construct it. Try to do that a little bit, but it's hard to remember when you have a 255 part ship exactly what you'll need. without a bunch of practice, which I don't quite have, although I have built this a few times now. And by the way, I usually forget something. Hopefully it's not anything too important. These service bays are to hide our large amounts of SAS. Not really strictly necessary to stop this from like clipping, but you know, it looks cooler that way. Okay, so we're close. Upper stages. I do sometimes remember to take things out ahead of time. Okay. Twin bores are really money efficient. You know, the later engines are great, but like I feel like the advantage you get using mammoths or whatever over twin bores. Well, twin bores are usually more cost efficient. Part efficiency. I mean, they do have a nice advantage, especially those bigger fuel tanks too. But you can do a lot with these things. Not strictly necessary to get the more advanced parts. Not really given that much up by using a pilot on our first launches instead of a scientist. Okay, I hope I remembered. Enable crossfeed. That's going to be a pain. I'm going to have to go through all these ones I forgot to hit on. You may be wondering why I said 6 times symmetry when this doesn't look like 6 times symmetry. It's because it's quicker to set up the staging first, and then you can drag out each individual stages. Because they'll maintain the stage they're in when you duplicate it. Which is a confusing way to put it, I think. But you'll understand what I mean in a second. Did I set these? This is my least favorite part of construction. Where the fuck are those ones? Forgot one rocket here. Might be quicker to add it after we do everything else, but let's just do it now. We almost forgot these ones. They really should make a way to do this stock. Just toggle all parts rigid, all parts auto strut to whatever. Saves a lot of time. Okay. Go bottom up this time. Those engines. Where are those engines? You can hover over the pipe part to highlight it, in case people probably know this, but helps with figuring out where everything is with staging quickly. magic happens. If you want to call it that. I'm sure you do. Helps to be a little bit even here so that we have like more even landing legs, but it's not that important. Probably spending too much time on this and still kind of failing. Close enough. Okay, how are we doing? 220. I think that's about what we want here. Just add some batteries and some struts, and then figure out if I forgot anything, or fail to figure out if I forgot anything. And we're golden. Don't really need that SAS, but it helps make it quicker to turn. Okay. I think we just need struts. So I'm going to try a new. Oh, almost forgot. I need to turn this so that otherwise the Terriers would hit the top of the previous stage and they would burn fuel but not provide thrust. So, but then the twist makes it so that you run into, usually I would strut these to these, but you run into some torquey issues, which makes it less stable in time warp. It's off at an angle like that. So this is going to be my first time trying a slightly different odds strategy of just doing it from the center up. Hopefully I have the parts for it. Okay, so something like here to here. Wait for it to think through the undo. Okay, so I think that's on the engine. We'd rather be on the tank. The engine's okay. Really, this is all okay. Actually, my first iterations of this had no auto struts whatsoever, because I was like going all out on the DV, and this one's also pretty part count limited, you know. I mean, I have 255 parts, so obviously it's not a huge limitation. Okay, it's a bit sloppy. Good enough for government work, as they say. I feel like my parts are lower than they should be. Should be about 255 there, but maybe I just usually have more struts. Alright, so now separate all these stages. Ooh, that's not good. They should be updating that DV there. It's hard to tell sometimes if like the DV is not right because of a bug that's randomly happening to you this time, or it's because you messed something up. Usually it's because you messed something up, but okay, taking too long on this. This is why I waited till the end to do the radial symmetry, because when you're trying to assemble 26 stages or whatever this is going to be all at once, a lot more pain, a lot easier to do it in these easier chunks. Alright, the fact that it's not showing DV on everything likely means we don't have a crossfeed somewhere enabled. No other way than to check manually. There's one. 19.8. That's, I don't actually remember what it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be a little bit higher. It's worth checking. Probably. pretty sure I enabled all of them before doing this. Before breaking it out into radial. There we go. Probably all of these. Well, definitely not my best build time, but that's okay. We are going to be reusing the ship. The risk of spoiling the rest of the journey. This is actually visit pretty much every planet, not on this launch, but some slight redesigns later. Okay, 20.56. I think that's about right. Not bad DV for this tech level. And TWR. This craft is designed for high TWR as much as it is for high DV. It's the fourth launch. I think it's the fourth launch. Really creative name for this craft. $248. I really feel like I'm missing something. Guess I'll add a few more batteries. I could add some more struts. I think that's what I did before. I had these strutted, these ones. But yeah, I think we're gonna call this good. Oh man, I just forgot to set the action groups before I broke out radial, because that way you only have to click once. Usually I set I'm gonna skip it this time without explaining it. Alright, instead of launching, we're gonna time warp in this view. And that way, if we mess up the launch, we can just we don't have to do the time warp again. I'm going for day 236. Doesn't need to be too exact though. Nice, right on the money. Should I launch? Yeah, let's just do it through the screen. 248. I was higher. I think I got up to like 252. I think I just added a few extra batteries I didn't save. It's not worth going back here for it, but too late. Yep. Well. Still doing pretty good on time. Alright, now we just pray that I got all the staging right from earlier. I should be waiting to do this gravity turn. I should have learned how to do it so I can be more consistent. I'm not really used to speedrunning everything. I'm used to like min-maxing. And man, somewhere I missed a rigid or a strut. A little more shaky than it should be. Okay, this is way too high angle. I forgot to pitch over and set prograde. But we have extra DV on this. We're just going to ride it out. And there is some time advantages, like I mentioned before, of not being as aggressive with the gravity turn as is optimal to be for a DV stake. It always scares me when it pitches over the orbit. I think I'd be used to it by now, but okay. I'm always kind of torn here between creating a maneuver node and just doing it manually. Going manual this time. really should be time warping here. It's always a little risky though, that instability with the time warp. At least when we're this fat. Once we shed some weight, it's not as bad. Again, not the most circular. Hopefully this doesn't mess up our next burn, because I'm planning on doing it without a guide, just like we did Minmus. Injection angle is 162, which might show up as what, negative 178, I think? No, negative 198. Went right past it. I always want to go like turbo warp here, and it always ends up me going past. Okay, I had to double check 162. Make sure we're close to prograde. Honestly, probably faster just create a maneuver node. Next time I do this, I think I'm going to do that. Partly because it's kind of a pain to manage this part, because you're like trying to do staging, but it's hard to tell when you're done with the burn. So you're like watching two screens at once, especially with my like really short stages. Like this next stage only has like 300 dB. Looks like it worked out pretty well. Alright, so you can kind of cheat time a little bit by editing this maneuver node while you're in transit. But it's going to be a little weird. I'm like locked out of that screen because I have to cancel warp to get into it. Or be in it at the start, which is what I should do. But it's not too important. Oh geez. Can be a bit hard doing the fine adjustments when you're like view is dead on now. But I think either radial or retrograde work. And we didn't save much time. I'm really on my game. I can usually get this before I get here. Alright, it doesn't actually matter that much. He says as he takes way too long to do it. So the thing I mentioned earlier about setting up action groups, you can set up your action groups for engines, for throttle control, and you can set hotkeys to, I think that's fine. You can set hotkeys to change the throttle up and down. So like it's kind of hard executing that exactly on. I mean, I could have done a way better job there, but I could have throttled down there, set the throttle limiter instead of this throttle. There's a throttle limiter also, and then you can do those exact ones really well. But I don't know if it's worth the time. The reason I didn't set it up, I like to have it just so like in case I ever want to do something really exact, it's there. And I'm not sure I would use it. And like there, I definitely want to use it because even though we could have done that exactly, it's just not. It's quicker to do it here. Overshot a little bit. 15 is okay. This part's pretty finicky. This is actually kind of one of the parts I've messed up on in my practice run. You get too low here, you'll crash, of course. And too high, you won't properly aero capture. If we were going for really optimal DV, of course, we would have parachutes and we would get this really carefully close, but we have extra DV budget, so it's okay to not get this exactly right. Why aren't we turning? Oh, I bet we're out of batteries. This hasn't happened to me before. This is going to be a pain with this run is just to get us extra batteries because we want to have batteries for so we can stay surface retrograde. Check the elevation we're at. 4,000. Okay. I'm going to check this periapsis and time to periapsis to know if we're going to crash in the immediate future. How this is supposed to work is we capture. So yeah, we're captured now. This kind of turns from, this is a little bit high elevation here. Shoot. So, emergency plan. Pitch up. Kill some of our velocity. Okay, it looks like we're at negative velocity, vertical now. I think this is actually pretty decent. Try to keep our vertical velocity from getting too high before we kill our horizontal. Switching to radial out can really help these type of landings. Okay. These aren't in our... Why isn't this... I could have sworn I set up an action group for these. Probably not worth this time, honestly. Oh, it's... I set it to the staging action group. So it's toggling every time I stage. Let's see if we can get a free encounter here. By free, I mean combine these two. Nope. I always do this, try to time warp when it's on physics warp. Probably because I'm in the atmosphere. I'm going to start the burn a little bit later because I didn't cancel all of our... we don't want to go quite this far out with our AP. Alright, I'm sure there's a better way to do this. We're just going to drag until we find it. Yeah, not ideal, but that'll work. Slightly riskier doing this kind of direct way. And it would be nice to get, maybe it's worth even, harder to be. Getting close to the equator makes it a little bit easier for us to do the leaving burn. Probably not worth it, but we did it. Pop this thing now. Thinking around 15,000 will be good for this. We'll find out if I was wrong very shortly. Probably should have quick saved earlier. Oh yeah, we're fine. So kind of useful when you get into a lot of these braking situations, just keeping your speed 1/10 of your distance. For these TWR ratios is usually pretty good. Okay, I could have done that better. Okay, so the rules are that you're allowed to be sliding. This is sliding. I'm just going to take off. Considered a landing technically, even though not everybody would. I'm never sure how to leave Ike here. So I did some lookups for our next transfer ahead of time, of course, and so we need to get into a 7 million kilometer orbit, I think is the value. 7 million meters, rather. But the problem is if you kick out from Ike directly, the optimal angle for kickouts, you'll be escape trajectory from Duna directly, like that. So you have to find some angle where it's not the optimal angle. Good enough. I want to know what our inclination here is. Tempted to try to short circuit this, but circularize it. The reason we're going so far out here is because it really screws with you if you get too close. I don't want to hit it on a ejection from Duna to our next burn. If we go inside of Ike, there's always a chance. And then if you go outside, you can be surprisingly far and still get Ike encounters. That's a pretty big sphere of influence here. Alright, close enough. We can check our inclination by Ike. I don't think Ike's exactly 0. I'm actually not sure, but it's close enough. And it's not really strictly necessary to correct our inclination here, but it makes our next burn more accurate. I mean, easier to find. Because we are not going home next, as you probably guessed. We're going to... Where are we going? Going to address. Okay, day 2, 184. Pretty close. We don't actually want to get all the way. I think our orbital period here, yeah, it's around 10 days. So, what did I say it was again? 184. So about 10 days before is good. Okay. The angle, 137 degrees. Where's the sun at? Okay, 137 is prograde. So DN's around our prograde right now. So around here. And then 920, 940. And now let's see how well we did. Yeah, pretty good. I could adjust this more. In fact, in my practice run, I adjusted this more. But, you know, we're going to play it because it's a long journey there. And during the journey, we can set up a maneuver node to correct it some. And we're doing quite well on DV. I think we're ahead of budget by think we might even finish with as much as like 2,500 if we did everything perfectly, which is a pretty good margin. But we have a lot to do, and we're not going to do it perfectly, so it's good to have that margin preserved if we can. But this should be pretty inexpensive adjustment burn. And this is when it's nice to have that maneuver node snap too. I mean, it's not that bad to do it without it, but save some time. We're wobbling pretty bad here. I shouldn't have gone that far. See how we're over. I should have canceled that earlier. In fact, I think I'm just going to go backwards real quick. I don't know. I don't want to screw up the encounter. Because if we go backwards, these might get more offset. Yeah, I think I did a little bit much there, but okay. I'm just going to go with it. It can be a bit of a pain to get this. Okay, I'm going to cancel the warp just so we can access this screen. Okay, I think that radial direction made it worse. Let's try this radial direction. It's always hard to tell when you're moving like that. Okay, yeah, that was an over adjustment. We just need to do the opposite of that a little bit. I think we're good. Bingo. And again, we're usually you would try to get this a little more exact, but we're just happy with any encounter because we have some spare DV. Never sure when I should activate this last stage since they have lower ISP, but increase your TWR. I think we're going to do it now. Because it can speed up the suicide burns a bit with higher TWR, and I think we're doing okay on DV. And this one we're losing a pretty good amount of DV by doing this far out, away from the planet. But Drez's gravity isn't that big, so the difference isn't as much as you might expect. I hate that. Let's see if we can speed up and overshoot inevitably. Yeah, that's pretty good. So this one, it is pretty important we get on the equator, so let's try to see how well we can do here. I mean, it's probably going to be an adjustment burn afterwards, after we leave, to fix our inclination. It's not super important, but close enough. It would be cool to do this in a little bit more sunlight, but it's not the most important thing. So mostly flying by the altimeter and speed anyway. So I was saying earlier about 1 order of magnitude, see our surface speed is 20. Well, it doesn't really apply when you get this low. I try to be like at, so if it's like 3,000 surface, try to be at 300 meters per second. Hopefully your SAS is strong enough. Yep. Cool. That is a landing. And let's just go straight back up. Get the orbital on around 90. I never checked how we were on inclination. It doesn't really matter anyway here. It's not the most efficient to go to 60. If we were trying to be really efficient, we would be going to, I don't know, probably like 15. I'm not sure what the max peak is on dress, but it looks pretty, I don't know if it's flat enough. But anyway, we'd be going lower. But we do it to avoid that problem you just saw with time warping. Nice air inclination, 1.3, nice. Close enough. Save game. Okay, now we have a long wait. Next up is ELO. ELU. On day 5, or year 5, day 204. So, should be about 3 minutes, a little less than 3 minutes of time warping here. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs real quick. So yeah, not to jinx it, but this is going pretty well so far. My practice run, I had 7254 dV here, so almost exactly the same, 5 off. And I ended that run with 2100 dV spare, so that means we can be pretty wasteful here and not have to worry about it. When I was designing this, I was tempted to try to pack in more than just ELU in this run. I mean, you can see here that probably not much more would have been possible. But we use a lot of parts on engines and a lot of weight on engines. Most of my missions previous to this, I go with really low TWR designs with like one central engine and just like ridiculous amounts of tanks stage off of that, because that's how you get the highest DV values, and then split up all my burns. But obviously for time, different concerns. Okay, day 204 we want. I didn't think to write down times of days. Don't need to be that exact. Although this one can get a little finicky, as anyone who's tried to go to Elon knows. Okay, so 105 degrees, about like here-ish. And for those who don't know, it's 105 off prograde. If you're trying to look at like Alex Moon's planner, is what I use for these, the popular one that's been around for forever. So it's the ejection off of like you go prograde planet is this way, so about 100 degrees. Not Joule, ELU. Okay, let's adjust this one a little bit. Yeah. Probably have better adjusting this later. Better off adjusting later. That's close enough. And the reason it's not exact, of course, is because I think I set this for 60-60. I mean, this maneuver was for 60-60 or 60-50, and then also inclinations like 1 degree. I thought about switching. You know, it's not that hard to fix our inclination first, and this will be more exact, but it's not that important. And this is a long transfer also, so we'll have time to set up the maneuver while we're transferring. Oh shit. 10 over is kind of bad for this. We need to be kind of exact, but we'll be fine. We can't stage from that screen. Hopefully that's close enough. So usually I'd set our maneuver about halfway, but do it further for it's less DV efficient, but then we have longer to set it up while we warp. And it's also less sensitive to our inputs, which makes it easier to be more exact on the burn. So we don't really need to be, but should probably be using these. Probably should be a higher sensitivity too. Alright, we're going to get those two about lined up. And then we can move the AN. goal is to have the AN and those two markers like that. We don't need to get this one more exact, but we still have a year of time warping, so I might as well not waste this time. So I'm tempted to do a straight suicide here. I did it in one of my practice runs, so I have like a value written down that's like close to where we would need to start it. I'm not sure if it's faster. I mean, there's like the odds of me crashing are way higher, but then you also can combine all the burns into one, so there's some time efficiency there. Yeah, you know what? Let's try it. Looks about equator-ish, maybe a little low. Not that low. Well, we're not going to be that exact on this burn anyway. Yeah, you know, I'm not sure the suicide burn is the right call, but that's more fun. Spice it up a little bit. Yeah, my notes say, I just have it written down, 79 kilometers, 1640 meters per second. Little margin. Hopefully that's enough info to make this speedy-ish. And the ship is pretty consistent TWR, but you can still have pretty high variability depending where you are in the staging. Cool, I think that's close enough. Well, let's go here. Yeah, maybe we could stop and then do a radial inburn to correct this a little bit. I think we're going to do that actually. It's not that far off, but when we're leaving to do our curb and burn after, it's just nice not to have to do an inclination adjustment. I mean, you wouldn't really need to do an inclination. This is probably only like, what, 5 degrees or something. But you know, it can throw off the angle. Just take longer to find it. Okay, I'm kind of talking myself into this being good enough, actually. Hopefully that's at least 80 kilometers out. Not really sure how big Elu is. This is actually my first time ever going to Elu, was practicing for this. Or Dre's too. I kind of skipped them when I did the game originally. I mean, like when I was first getting into it. Well, when I was first getting into it, I got my ass kicked and put the game down for like 3 years and didn't come back to it. Couldn't even get to Minmus. But then when I came back to it, something clicked, and it was not super challenging for me, at least the early part of career. So I kind of skipped a lot of these normal stuff people do and kind of went straight to forum challenges and stuff. Alright, let's see where we at. 400. Pretty good. And orbital is 1650, so a little bit higher than I marked. That's probably surface speed I marked. Kind of a bit close. Okay, let's do 90 to be safe. Yeah, I don't really think the suicide burn saves time because most of this is just the capture burn, and it's just so much easier to set up the capture burn when you're not barreling towards the planet and have to time it super well. But this worked out. So yeah, like when it's 40, I try to be at 40 meters, 30, I try to be at 30 meters. It's a lot more applicable to when you're further out, because at the end you can just kind of crank up the... Alright, now it's time to do our science. You didn't think we forgot about science, did you? Oh shoot. I don't know if this thing can survive. Yeah, it's probably... Yeah, usually these other ones are lower, so it's more stable. Well, let's save first. Well, we'll find out shortly. We don't even really need the science for our next one. But for the one after that, we'll be missing it if we don't have it. Yep, easy. Okay. Okay, this is a pretty efficient way to do this, but this is not a time-efficient way to do this. Because I think it's going to be mean to us now. The time warp. Oh, nice. Okay. I didn't realize you could time warp so low here. Okay, I should be using this time to set up our burn home. Negative 79. Oh, let's wait till we circularize. Definitely losing some efficiency being this high up here. That's okay. Okay, so what did I say? Negative 73. And this one we shouldn't need to wait. So, okay, that's around 90. That's around negative 90. That's 0, that's negative 90. So negative 73 is around there. Ish. And it's like 1800. This is pretty variable though, depending on time and stuff. And this is possible any time of the year, but a lot of times you'll have to fiddle with it. It looks like we're getting kind of lucky here. There's a screwing with it. There's a jewel encounter. You can't tell where we would be. So I think this is actually pretty close. Damn. Well, maybe if we move it and get an actual encounter. And the thing is, we don't really care about getting right on here. We're going to have lots of time like we do with the ELU encounter to adjust it. But this is on the second run through. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Alright, that's good enough. I want to adjust that to get an encounter right now, but there's no reason to. This is an 1800 burn, and we have 3700 left. So it looks like we'll have a bit less than 2000 DV that we won't use, which is a lot less than it'll take to just adjust this. Again, 10 seconds too late. It matters more being exact on these when you have like that jewel encounter looming. because normally you can just adjust it visually, but we can't really do that probably because Joule will stop us from seeing where we are in relation to Earth if we get that encounter close to it again. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Well, that's cool, you can kind of see it. Hey, we got an encounter almost. I wonder if it's worth finding that again. Okay, cool. I guess there's really no point in doing this maneuver. Well, yeah, we can get closer here, which we need to do. So yes, there's definitely a point. But I was thinking we could just go like, we have enough maneuver points. We can do the radial end from pretty far. The encounter doesn't matter here at all how we enter. Probably just try to get exactly dead on for time saving. And by how we enter, I mean how we enter the atmosphere of Kerbin. Like that. So our next trip is going to be to Joule, assuming this landing goes acceptably. And our ship is just going to be the same ship we use now, except we can use a little bit of our science to replace some of the high part count parts. Like we have I think it's 39 small, ultra small SAS reaction wheels. We replace those with like 6 big ones. That saves a bunch of parts. And then we use that to build landers for Lathe and Tylo that we just add on top of this ship. And then that's good. Probably oversave on this, but better to over than under. Have we even loaded yet? We probably have. I'm sure there'll be lots of loads later. I practiced this first leg of this journey a little bit more than everything after this, so I think my execution is probably going to be a bit better so far than it will be in the future. Hopefully that's not the case, but things have been going pretty well. I always screw up this time. We're up here. We move so fast, it's kind of deceptive. Looks kind of close here, but that extra margin is like, you have to go like multiple thousands meters per second faster. Okay, hopefully we're above water. We're not. If we're above water, I usually just bail, because you don't actually get anything extra by landing safely, besides like a tiny amount of recovery cost. And then I usually feel compelled when I'm using the parachute to land safely. But I'm going to try to resist that urge this time and just crash the parachute paraglider. Okay, operation crash under commencement. You okay, Jeb? Cool. I don't think we need to, oh yeah, we need to do some research. Not that much though. I think this is all my plan called for. Yeah, so that alone was like over 50 parts. I probably want these. Okay. Let's see if I can figure out the camera controls here. Issues are at the top of the DAB. Temporarily confusing. By the way, sorry if you can hear that background noise. Someone's been doing laundry. And you can probably hear my clicking too, but there are worse things. So I was a little bit of pain. Yeah, I'm just going to cancel this thing. No, I'm not. I was going to, talking about the shroud here in case that wasn't clear. Although I forgot to, rerouting here so I can copy our top. Okay. So this is going to be our Tylo lander first. Trying to go pretty minimalist with this, of course, to save weight and parts, but not too minimalist. Still is going to have like a over 1,000 extra dV. Did I do this from? Yeah, see, if I take out multiple parts to start, I only have to do this once. The sitting, the rigid, and auto strut definitely saves time, but not a big deal. Alright, I think that stage is good. Trying to decide if I should do the fairing first. I don't think it matters. So this is of course lathe. Try to get this balanced so that it can float. You want a lower center of gravity so it doesn't tip over. Okay, I think it's you know, I can't actually remember if I use a large or small fuel tank. I mean, if I use this size or the one smaller. Well, one way to check, we reroute it here, and then check what our TWR would be on lathe. This might screw up the staging for later. .59. Okay, yeah, that's more than enough. Hopefully it didn't screw up the staging. Not fun to redo the staging on this huge thing, but it should be fine. Okay, it doesn't matter for this part, I don't know why. Okay, now it's not going to let me build this, so let's separate these out. Now I can build it probably. I could do some more clipping like I did with the other fairing. That'd save a small amount of weight, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, last part. Is parachutes. Top of the VAB is annoying, probably worth bringing this down. For those that don't know, I'm holding down Shift here to increase the offset limits. I actually didn't know about that for my first like 1,000 hours of playing. I only found out about it recently. set the force percent low there so we don't tip over when after we land. I think it's better for aerodynamics if we have these like that, like we just had them. But I think it's better for aero braking and capture if we do it this way. I don't think it matters much. Okay, bring these back in. I think that's everything. 252 parts, that feels low. Yeah, I've never done the reroute on this, so I'm just hoping it didn't like, easy to check real quick. Yeah, it looks fine. Stuff gets weird later, but we can figure that out on the road. Always gets a little weird when you add stuff like that. So I should probably stop procrastinating and start this thing. Set this first. More fairing shenanigans. Going a little extra high to stop the parachutes. Could stop it like around here since the top is pretty aerodynamic, but why not? So I think we're good. Sanity check. Good chance I'm forgetting something, but we'll deal with it. Oh, I should probably do the weighting out in this area. Not tempt fate. I didn't even check what date we got here at, hopefully. Yeah, good, we're about on target. Just waiting for year 11, day 132. Oops, I did not mean to do that. So yeah, we do have to spend a fair amount of time waiting with this strategy. I probably could have got a slightly better strategy with a better time if I had figured out how to split up, you know, multiple pilots, multiple missions simultaneously, so that you can save a lot of the weight happens simultaneously. But the overhead of like worrying about coordinating everything, having multiple balls up in the air at the same time, just didn't really seem worth it to me. This is a pretty good strategy, and it's nice having a high-level pilot on everything. Gotta choose where to fight your battles, you know. Alright, let's tempt fate and do it this way. I'm gonna save it first. So usually I want to be in the last seat, but I think since I rerouted it and moved the last part out, the top seat should be the main one. Well, that's not good. Seems like it happens a fair amount just randomly when you do fairing command seats. When like there's a tiny amount of clipping on the fairing, they'll sometimes just like load weird. I don't really get it. Stable this time. Alright, now I'm going to try to peek inside the fairing to make sure that Jeb is where he's supposed to be. There's Jeb. Alright, cool. This always happens with this. I don't understand why this top group of engines like morphs up. This probably is not worth my time right now, but I'm going to do it anyway. So if you remember the first launch, the Terrier is activated at the same time as the Poodle. I don't know why you would remember that, but it's weird that it moves it. Alright. Time to fail at another gravity turn. Gravity assist. Holding above served as program for a little bit too. I think I was a little bit too aggressive the way I did it by default. Let's try this. In some of my practice runs with this ship, I was actually able to launch fine at ×3 speed, and even once with ×4, but I also screwed it up. I had like 2 out of 4 success rate, so I think it's faster just to do it at double speed and not have as many errors. Yeah, we're a little bit shallow. We're not shallow for efficiency. It's more efficient to do it more shallow. What we're shallow for is time, because if you launch too shallow, you have to wait a while until you get out of the atmosphere, which we don't want to do. So it's a little bit risky in double speed doing these maneuvers with this huge ass ship, and we still have some drag going on. You don't want to get too far from prograde or things can go bad quick. Looks like we're doing well. Try to sneak back onto prograde. '80's good. Time warp. You can deploy this now. Wait till you get closer to the space. Alright, that was pretty good. Alright, this one, we're not going to do that injection angle method. We're going to actually set up. Okay, 129 degrees. There's the sun. It's like 120-ish. 129-ish. 1924. So I'm just taking the input of a transfer planer. This happens where like I haven't even put in the normal part and I have an intersection. Really don't know if it's worth doing this normal component or not. Like it probably gets it closer, but I don't know. We have extra DV, so we can just do it. And we'll adjust on our way, so we don't need to worry about getting this lined up perfectly. Pretty wobbly. I think this is fine. Duel's pretty forgiving, finding that encounter, so we can wobble all around and still hit it. So long as we don't wobble ourselves into oblivion. Okay. So this part can be really annoying because I'm trying to get the lathe first, which maybe isn't the most efficient, but it's how I've been doing it. Anyway, every time I try to look at this system and select lathe as a target, my game crashes. So we have to find lathe without selecting as a target. And I should be more precise. The game only really consistently crashes when I try to target lathe while it's time warping. If I try to target lathe when I'm not time warping, it only sometimes crashes. So we might risk it here if we don't find our encounter soon. But we'll wait till we stop time warping to target if we do that. But a lot of times you can just kind of wiggle this around the area and you'll eventually... Our DV margins for this mission are actually bigger than any other mission, so we can afford to be inefficient. There's also arguably more places to screw up than any other launch. So one way to do it is you just alternate radial and prograde, retrograde. So I should keep consistent which way I'm doing. And this will, like, it alters the timing. Here we go. Oh shoot. I hate when it does that. All that work. The lag on coming out of warp screwed it up. Oh, not that bad though. I'm curious if anybody, I don't know if anybody's watching this, but if anybody has the same lathe bug or knows like what I can do, this is really annoying. Alright, we're gonna risk it. Okay, see how it's like, that's not bad yet. Okay, good. Try to do this quick. Long way. So this is where it's kind of nice to have that action group I was talking about way earlier, so I can do this burn precisely. This is like one of the few where it's really nice to God, it's so annoying how it cancels out of that so much. So buggy. Alright, it's kind of silly for me to do this like really fine control when I don't really have that much throttle control. I can't execute. But it's good to have it pointed. It's good to have the maneuver in the right area at least, even if it's hard to execute. Okay, that's good enough. On target. So we don't crash. Wrong button. Okay. Nice. Yeah, it probably would be worth canceling my joule inclination next time so that I can get this right on, just because it can be a little bit tougher to do the tile transfer eyeball, since I sometimes try to do it without a maneuver node. By sometimes I mean one of the 2 times I've tried to do it with this setup. Oh, I should be setting this up. Oh dang, I was hoping we could get the fast one here. I'm gonna risk some quick. Alright, not too important I get exact here. We have a lot of extra DV on our lander, so don't need to get too close. Alright. Go time. Looking good so far. Setup and staging. Now it's amazing how often, how consistently this gets screwed up. Yeah, that should be good. But since this is my root part, I don't think it's going to happen this time. We'll see. Talking about flow priority, like even if you set the staging, it'll still have the wrong. Nice, it did it right. A little drainage with the wrong tanks, but it's not this time, so we're good. Alright, everything in the right order. We don't actually care where we end up here. Let's do it in daylight though. Did I save it? I probably just saved it. I'm going to do it again. I'm not really sure how much I should break here. By break, I mean go in retrograde. I think before I was like, oh, that's probably too much. But it's fine. By too much, I just mean more fuel I need to burn. Okay. Try to burn all my battery on this. So, it's actually probably better to flip to be safe. It's more orderly if you like burn retrograde, but little known, it's actually like very less. Do it this way. Brake faster. Not really that little known. It's pretty common knowledge, I think. 4 times. Oh. Three might seem overkill here, but I tried this with 2 on the test and I had to use a little engine breakage to slow myself down from breaking up with 2, surprisingly. So. This is one design that would be way different if I was doing 100%, because obviously we can't plant a flag like this. Gotta time it when it's low speed. There we go. Okay, I think everything's intact. Now let's hope we don't tip over. Alright. So the best way to do this is to of course do like this is weird how it's shit. Yeah, this inclination is going to be screwed up. So I was just saying, of course, the best way to take off is always to do a gravity turn, especially in atmosphere. But it's faster to do it this way, so I don't have to worry about a gravity turn. I can just go straight out. Oh shoot, oh, that's fine. And then, gosh, that's pretty bad. But yeah, the time warp couldn't handle the holding radial out, so it gave me a little extra inclination on. So this is going to cost some to fix. This is actually kind of bad. Okay, let's see how we're doing. Is this the right way? I think it's the right way. Yeah, what's bad is that we're below here, so it's going to be a fair amount. Even if we have the perfect angle on this, we're still going to be a serious inclination fix. And we're not doing super well in DV because of that huge correction burn you saw, or because of the inefficient straight radial out descent profile. But I think we're still okay. We should be time warping here, but I'm scared. I almost don't want to save it. Oh shoot. Shit, okay. I shouldn't have overwritten that quick save. I knew that was going to be bad, but not a big deal. Hopefully. I'm actually kind of surprised that it didn't work. I'm pretty sure I did it exactly like that in my test run. Just have to be a little more efficient this time. Not use time warp as aggressively. Oh, I hope this load works. I think there's a fair chance I might have crashed. You never know how long to give it. Let's do like 30 seconds. It seems like too much. Let's do 15 seconds. Yeah, I get this weird crash where it sticks on the loading screen. I think that's enough time to wait. This is probably going to be a pretty long reboot. Well, I think one crash is pretty standard. If you can get away with just one crash, I'll be pretty happy. Probably better to should have just quick loaded there. Hopefully this doesn't happen again. Alright, so it'll be like 90-ish degrees, right? Right there. Let's try this again. Oh, that was too aggressive. Try to fix it by going up. And then let's just see if we can hold prograde. That's weird that it's not holding like that. Something's asymmetrical, but I don't know what that would be. Dang, I think we're gonna have to relaunch this again. Let's try. See how. Oh wow, that's way off. Okay. Yeah, it's pulling really hard. I don't get why there would be an aerodynamic force on this. It's not symmetrical. There clearly is. This is another pretty inefficient launch. Yeah, see, like when I go surface, prograde, I guess I should just be manually adjusting. So we're losing a lot to aerodynamic forces here. I don't see anything. I don't know what's going on. It's weird too that it never stages when I tell it to. I wonder if this is draining early. So it seems like I should have more DV for this last stage. Wow, I'm really screwing that up. Okay, I just need to go. Not pretty. I'm gonna have to try this again, I think. Well, maybe not. Should be able to tell by how much DV it takes to circularize here. I'm going to play it out. 733. Okay, kind of close with our inclination, but I think it's okay. I should probably adjust this. So we'll have around a little less than 300, I think, to a little more than 300. Okay, this should be fine. So my strategy here is usually pick a spot close to where you're closest, which we're not really that close anytime. Actually, I'm just going to fix my inclination first. Okay. Now we're a lot closer here. Hopefully we're far enough off. I think this is far enough that we can still do my strategy, which is a popular strategy. Alright. Well, that's not usually how it works, but I'll take it. Usually you just have to increase the orbit a few times and then adjust it. It's not like it's some unique strategy, it's pretty common. Oh, you know what else I could do? Should have done that earlier, save a bunch of DV. Oh, overshot that by a good bit, but that's fine. Now we just burn towards target, pretty much. Burning the other side of the thing, so the prograde, we want to get the prograde on the target. Close enough. Now we wait. Whoa! Not that much though. Try this again. This time I'll try to be a little more patient. I like this dockless transfers because they take a lot of time to have to line it up and stuff. Alright, a few tribulations, but doing okay. Next up, we're going to Tylo. So the way I usually do this, see my notes. Tylo to val, negative 86 degree phase. So that means we want Tylo to be, we want to be 86 ahead. And now we're about 86 behind. Hope I saved it. Okay, that's like a little less than 86. I don't remember how important this is. I don't think it needs to be too exact. Okay, yeah, let's do maneuver note here. Not tempt fate, especially with our bad inclination. Okay, 206 degrees. So it's like over here-ish. It's like around 630. It's not even close. Probably because I think we're in a higher orbit than normal. So let's see how it looks. Wow, that's really bad, but I think I might just do it. Because the burn at tile is going to take a lot of extra time because we're looping out this far. Why did this increase? I thought it was decreasing. Oh, it's because of that weird thing where you drag the retrograde out in it. Okay. Taking as much extra time on this as I can. Not ideal, but we're going to roll with it. Probably worth adjusting this because unlike Drez and Igloo, tile is pretty big, so this gravity assist we lose like 500 or 1000 dB or something, which we're fine doing later. I mean, as opposed to having the PE close to the planet and doing the capture burn close. I should not have erased that. Oh, especially with how finicky this is, damn. Oh well. Trying to watch my staging DV to see how when I'm close to the burn, but I didn't really check what I had to start, so. How are those so far apart? Oh, it must be one of those stupid things where it's telling me, yeah, this could be bad. There's an intersection that's really like multiple in the future. I hate how they changed that. I think it's that one. Probably is. Shit. I should have done this AN or DN so I could adjust the. Okay, well that's pretty good. All worked out. Well, I'm probably speaking too soon. It's probably gonna like val encounter that's not listed. Ugh. This is why you use the fine nodes instead of doing this way. Well, I wanted 50, but 80 is close enough. Alright, cross our fingers and hope we don't get. I think lathe is the biggest risk on this pass right here. So we'll see if we get sucked in. Good, it looks like we're out of sync with it. Yeah, I wonder how I screwed up this phase angle. Did I get it backwards with the head and behind? Probably just because of our inclination, so we didn't get a pure burnout. I mean, the burn wasn't pure retrograde, or pure prograde, it had other components. This is why I gotta remember to not try to be finicky about setting up the maneuver, because I'm just going to cancel it anyway. Okay, that's good. Oh, this is backwards. Damn it. Damn, damn, damn. Oh, and then, okay. Well, we're loading. Hopefully we don't get that bug again. I have so much extra DV. Why didn't... Oh, because I didn't quick save, I did a regular save. I have enough extra DV on the lander that I don't really think I need to worry about being backwards. But I'm going to correct it anyway. Oh, I'm not going to correct it. I hope this works. It's probably going to mess up our inclination though. Yeah, that's acceptable. So usually, I haven't been too careful about getting in the right orbit first. I'm a little bit more careful on this one because I kind of wrote down what the numbers are if I want to, like where I need to start my braking. Since it's easier when you have a lander, since it's consistent, you're always at the same spot at the start as far as your TWR and stuff goes. Oh, I forgot to do some staging here. Yeah, so I set it up for, I know exactly where I need to be if I'm at 50K and 0 degrees. But 40, 60, and like what my inclination is, 10 degrees, it should be close enough. And there's variable terrain anyway too, so you can never get it exactly consistent. Cancel the time warp so it doesn't get all crazy. Is that stuck there? Okay, I don't know if I should do I'll risk a little burn. Okay, I want to tanks without the landing legs first. Well, it probably would help if these were cross-feed enabled. It's not showing the right DV. -10, 0, and 10. Okay, cool. It's just DV's weird, I guess. Get away from the ship a little bit extra. Well, I guess you don't need to sense orbitals. Okay, let's do this in daylight. Why is this off so far? Oh, it's because the legs aren't even. Dang, that's pretty bad. How much electricity am I using? Oh, dang, this could be bad. I'm not powerful enough. Jeez, such a minor thing. I don't even need these legs either. I'm surprised just that far off screws it up that much. What? That's why it's screwed up. Doesn't make any sense. I always think I use the quick F5 save. Go back too far. Yeah, I checked like one tank each, but I didn't check. I didn't think that the symmetry would get screwed up. Okay, 10, 10. 0, 0. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, I bet you it didn't enable crossfeed in symmetry. No wonder. Okay, I was a little worried there. It should be good now. Okay. Go to daylight again. Wish there was an easy way to select this other ship. I'm so close to it. I can't select this target. There we go. So my plan is brake to 1000. And then we can start the burn around 30,000, assuming I'm not in some anomalous area. Might have been a little bit late. Let's see. I think we're on target here. Yep, it's early. Halo landings are kind of my nemesis. Oh, why is it not? Okay, weird. I don't know what's going on there. Nice and easy. And let's just go back out without further ado. Did I set? Yes, I did set target. Looks like it's going to be a little bit below 90. Another below. Oh, don't try to do maneuvers at 4x speed. Note to self. This is when I really wish I had a good vertical speed meter. Oh shoot, way overshot that. I think it's fine. This would be kind of weird, but we're in a stable orbit. stable-ish at least. I think we'd crash at 8K if we got unlucky. And we have 1200 DV, so even with wasting a bunch of fuel getting out our AP that far, so we should be fine. Oh, I hate this weight though. Okay, not bad. I wonder if I should try to... I was thinking about setting up a maneuver node to intercept here, but that 8K on our PE is too low. Should I shade a little bit AM also? Which way is that? Okay. So now set a retrograde burn here. And a little bit up. It moves so much with each orbit because we're so far off. It's a little bit wonky. Maybe I should get into a closer orbit first. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, this dock goes a lot faster in practice. That extra AP burn screwed me up a little bit. Probably should have got even closer there, but it's fine. Alright, let's try this again now. Much more manageable this time. Nice, that worked better than needed to. So yeah, this is a good trick you're trying to get. I mean, it's well known, but you just burn on the opposite side of your, to drag the prograde marker over. I actually don't want to get too dead on here because we become a missile. I like to kind of just bail out, and yeah, it looks like we're not in danger. So far, mostly so good. Next step is vol. So it says, oh, that's why I screwed up. Tile of vol is negative 86. Of course, it's never negative if you're going up. It laid the tile at 75, so I would have had it like without time warping right after I got out of lathe. Well, alright. Negative 86. That's what I get for reading the wrong line. I don't even think we want this right on the optimal. I think negative 86 is like the optimal ejection. But since we're so close to vol, I think it's going to spit us out. Too close. Wow. Well, that didn't work. Oh, it's negative 86 degrees phase. Man, my mind is going here. 25 degrees ejection angle. Wow, that phase angle is actually perfect, almost. Already. That's cool. Just gotta move this around. 25 degrees. Bearish. What do you know? Oh, that's late. Got excited for a second. That should be easy. Spoke too soon. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with being too close to the area. Jeez. I wonder if it's better just to fix that once I get out. Probably, but I'm just going to do it here anyway. Yeah, it's pretty ugly. But you know what? I don't really care. Assuming it's this one and not this one. Which I'm not really sure now that I think about it. Cancel the speed to see if we lose the shakes. This is now the exact same craft we had around, what was this, on like the road to Dres? So yeah, it shouldn't shake before. We just went right past that, didn't we? At least I think that's what that flash was. I have less batteries than I usually do on this stage. I hope that's not going to be an issue. I think that's from extra parts where I was talking about way earlier. 384. Okay. So worth getting the right. You know what? I don't think it is. Kind of a wonky interception, but we do wonky. With these, it doesn't matter as much. I guess I still do want to be close to the equator because I'm going to BOP next, and that's a sensitive burn. Damn. Well, too late. I don't know what a radial in cost me here. It'd probably be really expensive, huh? Well, the way to do it would actually be normal. That would be a little bit crazy, but I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay. That's easy to fix the inclination once we take off from lathe, if we want to. Never done this type of aero brake. I mean, suicide burn on ball. So I might have waited too long there. I need to get these other ones burning. Yeah, it's gonna crash. Oh dang, starting right on it. We'll have to load earlier, we'll see. I could also, I'm not going to stage this, so I have a little more TWR. I think we're doing fine though. Are we? Yeah, it's going to crash again. I should have burned radial up. So the question is, do we F9 and radial out, or do we load earlier? Okay, so if we burn here, it should give us more time. Definitely need to load earlier. Yeah, we took a weird approach here. So this braking burn is more than I'm used to, I think. I don't know. Coming from Tyler, it shouldn't be that bad. I just expected it to be closer when I need to start. Okay, this is way too far, but there's no reason to cut this close. Make it a little easier on ourselves. Tried to go faster time warp and it wouldn't let me. It's probably good that it stopped me, saved me from myself. Cut it a little close, I think. Ah, we're good. Are we good? Lies, I'm not about to crash. Am I about to crash? Way too slow here. It's not a feather, it's a spaceship. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to quick load, I think. We might be able to get up, but it's probably gonna be too tough. Got a little careless at the end there. Yeah, I think it's possible to get up technically, but I'd have to do something like plant a flag and roll over it, which I probably can't actually at all with this. Yeah, I might not even be able to get up. But a lot of times there's weird tricks if you just spend long enough on it. But I think it's faster just to redo. waited too long. Nope, that was pretty good. Gosh, okay, good. Why is it fighting me? Alright, and that's why you want your engines more even. Yeah, its inclination's pretty bad. Oh, I shouldn't have gone all that way. Oh, that's fine, we're pretty close to circular. So now the question becomes, do we fix our inclination now, or do we just do try to rough it? I think it's worth it. This is going to be expensive. So you can see your inclination of the maneuver on the left, bottom left there. It's useful if you ever want to fix inclination with The problem is that as I maneuver, where the setting node is going to be is going to change. So I don't actually want to follow this maneuver. Just trying to use it to help find where the equator is and where I should start the burn. Okay, is this the ascending? Yes. Don't need to get exact here, just close. Pretty inefficient. Oh yeah, this is a bad spot to do it. 7 degrees still. Okay, let's do it one more time. Probably should just eyeball it to start with. And then, well, I should have just done the first one eyeball and then this one drag. Figure out exactly, but it's fine. Alright, 0.9. That works. Okay, vol the bop. 73 degree phase. So vol bop. That's kind of close. Not really, that's like 110 or something, 120. I want 73, okay. Probably just save them and do it again. It's weird how I can never remember. It's like so automatic. This is going to be, I think that's around 73. Okay. But I got this number off of the one that's linked to the bottom of Alex Moon's. It's what I use for all like the phase angle and ejection angles. And I think it assumes it's circular with no inclination. In other words, it's going to be way off. Okay, 162 degree eject. It's like there-ish. And it's like 330. Oh, that's not close. Yeah, probably just use its minimum to get that distance. So I just need more prograde. It's already a pretty cheap burn. I was expecting to need to use an adjustment burn, but this is close enough to that ascending node. Probably going to waste a bunch of extra time trying to nail this. It's not going to be worth it, but it's going to be more fun. I have no idea what I'm doing. The damn other moons are always in the way. Okay, well that's bad. Probably should have just went with it and adjusted after. But, dang. Yeah, I like that first one I had way more. Okay, this is terrible. We're going to use it. Save it first. Okay, I should probably just make sure I can get this easy. Alright, not that terrible after all. Extra DV, but we have DV to spare. Yeah, that's definitely one thing I can improve on in my speed running with this, is knowing when to just like say, okay, that's good enough on a maneuver. Spend like an extra 30 seconds adjusting that for no reason. And we could get this closer for sure, but again, it's not worth it really, because Bob's really small, so the amount of DV you save getting a close PE is not very much. Good enough. Set that maneuver mostly just to fill time while I'm time warping. Try not to let us cost us time by following it. I should probably just go straight in here, huh? Yeah, definitely. Probably more efficient to do radial in at this point, but okay. Do we want to get on the equator? Is it too late? Which side are we going to? I think this upper side. Yeah, let's not worry about it. Should have thought of that earlier. I don't really know which side it's going to be on. 40 minutes. I hate when it does this. Pretty steep slope here. I think we're okay, as long as I don't major piloting error. Got a little aggressive there with that brake. I'm like, part of me wants to go radial out, but I don't know if I should follow it. Alright, I think this is clearly sliding here. I'm tempted to like come to a complete stop, but speedrun rules, this considered landing, quite sure, so I'm going to take off. I wonder if it's worth increasing our AP just to make this speed up. I think I'm going to. Probably didn't affect it at all. Just made things tougher. Well, the inclination burn will be cheaper if we want to do that, which I think we do. What was it, 2450? Oh, you want to circularize at 100? Why not? So, this is the part where I guess around where the equator is. Wow, we're so inclined here. I think it's still going to be cheap. Yeah, it's not that bad. Well, that was more painless than I was expecting. Always nice. Okay, next is pole. 26-degree phase angle. Double save again. Or single. I'm probably going to look pretty stupid watching this. Let's go faster. $26. It seems so low. I guess it's because they're so similar. You're like already in a, you don't need much phase to catch up. Inclination will probably screw this up, but that's okay. So like maybe 35-ish. Hardly looks like I'm catching up here. Try to do like right a right angle like that. See like where we are in it. Okay, I think that's probably too far, honestly. Pretty close. So 157 degrees ejection, like there-ish. Oh, that's so little. It's probably good we're high up because it's less sensitive. I mean, more sensitive. No, less sensitive. Smaller differences. I'm not sure if I should do the one close to the DN or the one that's further from the DN and just do a bigger inclination burn. Let's see if I can match it. Wow, it's not even going to be close. Shouldn't have messed with the original. What did I do? More of that. Yeah, okay. Oh, what did I say about just accepting it earlier? I think I might have overdone it there, but nah, that should be fine. Mistake might not be setting up a node first. Oh, acting like this is an exact burn. Okay, I'm getting there a little ahead, so I need to brake. Doesn't matter if I push this ahead. Probably not, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay. Alright, this is going to be a pretty significant burn here. Probably less if I use the radials correctly. This is pretty inefficient. Alright, let's go. I don't know why I'm warping to it. Well, it might actually matter here. Usually when you're on these big orbits it doesn't matter, but this is weird enough. Well, I'm burning the stage, working on it. Alright, what have I said about getting on the equator? I think I'm actually going to go opposite this time and just do it like I did mid-miss that first time. Try to save time by not including this extra step, but then I spend more time fixing inclination after takeoff. Wait, wrong way. This is so tough to know. It's so well, close enough. Hopefully mountain doesn't rotate into our way. That's actually pretty close there. It's been a while since I saved it, I think. Yeah, maybe I should try to hit that just for fun. Maybe, maybe not. Not even sure how hard it will be. Might not even have a choice, actually. This is when you wish you had some mods. And that's pretty steep. But you know what? That's okay. Pretty sure this is not worth it for time, but that's okay too. Quick save to overwrite the better quick save we just made. Looks like we're heading straight for a rock. Well, maybe not. I don't even know what's going to happen on this slope this steep. But we have plenty of SAS, so we can just hold, hopefully, once we get impaled. Oh, this is actually a legit chance here. This is actually when I first started playing with scatter. I was always afraid of the lag, so I'm not used to landing around this type of junk. Definitely taking extra time on this. Oh, and you know what? We need to get out here. That's not going to be possible. I don't know what we should do then. Just slide down the slope. Maybe we'll hit a rock. Oh, we're going to pick up speed though. This is kind of funny. We just go right through it, huh? Man, this is, if only we didn't have to get a surface sample. I totally forgot about that when I was landing. I would try to get on somewhere flatter. Are we just going to go through this? I guess so. So we're going to crash if we keep this up because our speed's going to get too much. But I don't want to spend too much extra time. This is kind of a mistake, having a few extra minutes here. But I'm not sure how to avoid it. I guess one option would have been to just get out as soon as we landed, and hopefully like use RCS to chase down our craft with our jetpack and get in before it slides too far away. I actually probably should have done that, but there's a good chance I would have screwed it up too. This is really bad as far as time goes. I don't know if it's flat enough here or not. Maybe we'll go to that. Yeah, this is not what I planned. Okay, let's try the chase down method here. Oh, we're on time warp. Wow, I'm surprised it let me quick save there. I should have canceled more of our momentum. So we had, I wonder if I did just quick save. Yeah, I can do that. Alright. Come back. Jeb is freaking out here. It's okay, Jeb. God damn it. I don't know how to get past that. Oh, there we go. Cool. Alright, just hope you don't land over land and forget that we can't open our parachute now, because our SAS is on. $6,500. What was it, 5,000? Nice. I wish I knew more about that time warp formula. If anyone's reading this who knows like how exactly it decides, like, is it just time away? It seems like there's more factors, but I'm not sure. I mean, as far as which speed it chooses to time warp you with. Okay, I don't think I need to fix inclination here. Just exit. And what's my parking orbit? 120 km, 120,000. Okay, do I set up a maneuver or do I just exit? Let's just exit. $200,000. Probably should have figured out an easier parking orbit. It's probably not even that different, 200K to 120K, honestly. Oh, my PE is already good. Setting this target for inclination. I think we're close enough to AN here to do it. Yeah, I think 1.2 is fine. Okay, do we need an exact window for this? I wrote down negative 46 phase. I don't know how important that is, honestly. I think it's a little bit like ELU, where you can just kind of like do whatever. But probably should have figured that out before this run. Well, I need negative 46. That's actually pretty close. I mean, it's a little bit more. It's probably like 60. But let's try it. It says negative 64 degree eject. Oh, I forgot I was doing a maneuver. Okay. Yeah, I think I picked this orbit because it's like inside, so you don't have to worry about intersections, or you know what I mean. Not the technical term, but okay. Negative 64 degree ejection. There's the sun. Here's 0. It's like here-ish. I'm going to write down a vector, so it's probably just prorated. Looking good there, but it can be deceptive with you move it just a bit. Yeah, that's good enough. And there's always that competing interest of, well, you're getting closer to the DN, but you're also moving the phase, I guess that might be the right term, the intersection off. I mean the timing, competing interests. Probably the timing is more important since we can just do a normal burn. Nice long warp to figure this out. This is kind of another advantage of set the sun here so we're not moving. Another advantage of not doing a ton of missions at once, just doing the whole thing linearly, is that this using extra time when you're warping to fine-tune this stuff. You can't do. I mean, you can do to a certain degree, but you know, if you have a bunch of things you're trying to keep track of, you don't get all this dead time, which I guess is a whole advantage, but you can actually kind of use the dead time. And just like last time, we don't care at all about coming in hot or whatever. We just want to hit it like dead center, pretty much. A little quicker. Not as efficient as my other runs, but still 2,000 DV to spare. Plenty. Get some water real quick. Gotta remember to get out and turn our jetpack off so we can use our parachute in case we're not over water. Paraglider. There is actually probably a way to survive when you're not over water, just like bailing. This heat shield setup has a really high atmospheric drag with a Kerbal in it, but I never have tested out. Nice and pitch black. Looks like we're pretty close to the border here. Nice, barely in water, I think. A little hard to tell in the dark. Always forget to increase the speed there. Set normal so that we fall faster instead of being perpendicular to the ground. Okay, definitely should quick save here. So the strategy is basically just leave seat. When I get a little bit closer, maybe it's worth going retrograde a little bit to kill some of our velocity. I don't think it matters though. Yeah, I'm surprised this counts for the world first. It counts for the returns. Like, you know, landed on blah and returned from blah. So you get all the money. 3.9 million. Not too shabby. All we need from the tech tree is darts. Why? Oh, because I didn't upgrade. I was scared there for a second. All right. As you may have surmised watching, this will be our last launch. Combined Eve and Moho. Pretty similar strategy to the last one. We just use the same ship with an Eve lander. What do we want to save here? I think we want to save the whole top part. Oh, I forgot that's not the top, that's the root. I'm going to kill this fairing so it's easier to see. Alright, let's see if I can remember this. First goes a vector. Oh, dart. Not a vector. Save a few of those for later. This part of the craft is just for deorbiting. Okay, now we need some structure. Weird, I thought this was off. Just the viewing angle. Okay. Massive overkill heat shield. Thought about doing this with no heat shields, but sometimes that requires a burn in the atmosphere and like more testing and planning. But I have had some issues in testing with this. They need to be far enough in that they're that they're still inside my bearing. Stage them. Okay, let's stop this from being clipped. I don't think it matters too much. Well, yeah, it probably does matter actually when we separate. It won't separate, right? Maybe. Not worth checking. Okay, time to build our rocket now. Probably should set these again. I don't know if it matters, but so this lander is pretty overkill in a few ways. I think it's possible to escape with like at least 1500 dV still. Orbit E, probably more than that. Nothing too crazy. Okay, I think we want to replace this. Smaller fuel tank. I think that would work, but dude's head would be sticking out. So let's get this a little more exact. I think we need this to be higher up. Pro tip: you get it'll have less drag if every section is slanted with a fairing. It's never straight. So you see I go out and then in. If I would have just go like straight up, it wouldn't let me go straight up first of all because this blocks it. But yeah, you get better drag if everything's slanted. This is so that our heat shield doesn't flip us. kind of overkill on the amount of braking, and it makes things take longer because our descent's going to be pretty slow with this much perpendicular wing area. But that's okay. We can be a little bit slow on our eve descent. There's easier places to save time. Okay, I think I'm going to reroute here because sometimes it screws up the tank priorities. Even if you get the staging right on the last stage, it'll still, you have to set the tanks manually, which is a pain. I guess the issue is now, well, it's not much of an issue, but I'm not sure if I detached it or not first. Yeah, I probably did, so I probably it's the second seat. More funky fairing action. This fairing is pretty important because with 4 heat shields and that wing volume, this could be really annoying to fly up. You lose a lot of DV even with how big this thing is on the curve and ascent. Didn't mean to rotate all that. That's fine. I think, I don't know. Oh, that's some serious clicking there. Ooh, that shouldn't be off center. Something messed up. Glad I caught that. Why? Okay. Looks like it was going on weird, but I think that's good. This is going to be a little bit in the air. I think it's okay for heating. So almost forgot. This doesn't actually need these wings, and they decrease the DV, but they definitely helps to be more stable. Just makes things a little bit easier. I think this is right. Now I just gotta take off enough auto struts so that we're legal. We could just go and upgrade the VAB, but the previous record holder, well, current Ultimate Steve, mentioned something about being kind of in a gentleman's agreement with not increasing the part count too much past 255, not increasing at all past 255. So I'm going to stick to that since it's convenient. It's not like I need all these struts. Just connecting a few of these so this section is more stable. Question is, do I get rid of the outer or the inner? I'm thinking inner. I don't know if it's good to have this be asymmetrical here. I'm just going to leave it 255. Okay, sanity check. Make sure staging is not too screwed up. No, that's pretty screwed up. I don't know if that's going to be too early to mess with the rest, but just to be safe, let's just move these. Oh, dang. I hate this staging bug. I think we've actually gotten kind of lucky to not get it sooner, but Really annoying. So I'm going to have to remember to set that in flight because that state is still going to be there. Creatively name this 6. Okay, I could sit here checking this forever, but I think it's good. I think it's good. Oh, this is off center. Is it? Yeah, I think well, it's working. Okay, let's just launch it. He says as he keeps checking. Oh, I should wait anyway. My launch window. I think I'm going with I actually wrote down a few for this. Oh wow, this is way earlier. I don't have any launch windows this early. I wonder if it's worth looking up. My test run, this was like year 18. Oh, I did write down some, but I don't have them written down later, so I'll still have to wait. Yeah, let's do it. 16,258. Yeah, for most of my earlier launches, I didn't. I only wrote down one launch window because when it's close to the start, there isn't really that much that can go wrong. I mean, there's plenty that can go wrong, but usually it's going to be like run killing if you're like so far behind or so far, time off. But for this last one, I did write down a few different launch windows so that I could be flexible. Okay, 16,258. Let's hope we remembered everything. I'm not sure which seat. I'll go with this one. No, let's go with this one. Did that weird thing again. Alright, let's fix that staging. I remember. Hopefully by the time we get up here, we're already at Eve. I think we are, but I don't remember. We'll find out later. Assuming I remember. That messed up the terrier at the end, but it's okay. I'm not going to fix it this time. Okay. Oh geez. I wonder if that changed somehow between, being offset like I talked about earlier with the stage. think that might be what's going on here. I think I'm just going to do this at single speed. It's going to be a few extra minutes off the time, but it's okay. It's better than having to restart this launch. I think we're kind of low for the time optimal launch, so I'm going to pitch up a little bit here by holding just SAS, not even touching the controls. No, oh shit, hopefully nothing blew up. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, this is pretty low. It's going to be a really long launch compared to what I can do. The main problem with being low, I might have mentioned this earlier, but it's actually better for efficiency. It's worse for time, because we'll have to wait until we get above the atmosphere to do the quicker time warp. Alright, now let's do some time warping. Yeah, it's not that bad. That pitching up there at the end saved us some time for sure. Alright, pop our big collar here. Hopefully nothing blows up. Oh, I should have checked if the right seat. Looks like he is. This one doesn't matter that much anyway. I can just transfer to the right one. I'm never sure when to start this. When I've done other launches in the past, I almost always try to like really max it efficiency out, which means I try not to do it in two stages like this, where it's like an up stage and a circularization, but kind of combine the two and try to get a really shallow ascent, aggressive gravity turn. So I'm not very used to timing these. Looks like it worked out pretty well this time. Okay. Now, what's our inclination? Good. Okay, negative 53. Well, that's pretty. I was going to say it's close to where we are, but that's not us. Pretty good. I shouldn't be getting close to make sure this is close. So we're going to call that good. Ooh, 13 seconds over. I think it'll be okay. Shaking like crazy. how the maneuver node always changes like that at the end. Gotta remember to lock it sail sooner. I wish there was an easier way to tell where A and DN is. So I'm pretty sure these are for the kick out. I don't know. Okay, this probably is not worth it, but we're going to do it anyway. As long as we would be around 0 off a gravity assist, we're good. I think. Because that only happens if you're pretty close to on. I think I guessed pretty close to the node there. I'm sure there's a fast way to do this, but it should work. Probably should look and see what's actually going on here. Yeah, doing this, we're going to need another orbital maneuver, which is definitely not optimal. And it's going to be hard to adjust it too accurately this far out. Okay, let's just do it. I was tempted to try to drag some radial directions here. Maybe we'll do it after our inclination is more fixed. This is definitely not as even as I want. I'm not sure which direction this is, so we'll pick a random one. Nope. This might be... Yeah, let's just try retrograde real quick. I probably should just wait until they're further away from curve-in. Rotate so slowly here. Damn it. Man, after all that, I still went way too far. No, that's not way too far, but you actually lose a fair amount from going from like 400 to 100. Okay, I'm just going to call this good. Definitely not the most efficient. And will require a little inclination matching. It might make getting to Gilly a little bit tougher. That's okay. This isn't like, it's probably like, what, 15 degrees? So we could do some air braking here and save a lot of dB, but we've got dB to spare and it's quicker to do it this way. Harder to blow up when you're not in the atmosphere. Probably don't actually want that eccentric. Make me a little bit nervous at 4 times speed, but we did just save, so I'm going to try it. This part now has no struts connecting it. It's all hanging weird. That's not permanently broken. Well, now it is. Okay. A little more cautious this time on the speed. Yeah, I should have left a strut attaching here, like one of these struts. How about 3 times? Okay, I'm kind of tempted to just stay in this eccentric orbit. It's not that eccentric, but 290, 150. But let's circularize just to be safe. Make things really slightly easier for our ascent craft, which really shouldn't need it, but oh, I don't have any energy or electricity. No. Let's spin on time warp. I've not realized it. Watching the AP here, of course. Gonna wait till it's circular-ish. That's good enough. Okay. Commence operation. Wonder if I can activate this without blowing everything up. Okay. I'm tempted to just burn right now, and then I can fix the staging in the atmosphere. But that's a little bit too fancy. Let's not get that fancy. Okay, let's do top down. That one. Where's that circular? Oh, it's probably one of these. That one. And then it's this one. And then this one. And then right before that, our engines activate. Simultaneously drop our bottom off. And then it's parachute. Okay. I think they're set. And it actually doesn't matter at all where we drop. This works fine in the ocean or a low elevation. So I'm think I'm just gonna burn. Let's get more sunny first. Maybe we can even select the other craft. That would be cool. Set it as target. Okay. All right. Attach this thing. Compulsive saving. Well, we're about to enter Eve. It's a lot more than compulsive. I think we're good. Shall we risk some time warp? Yeah, let's do some time warp. I was pretty surprised that, I mean, I've done lots of lathe and Eve missions, not lots, but plenty. But I was surprised that this huge-ass lander takes the same amount of parachutes as that tiny lathe lander. Exact same. I think we can get away with really low on these, like 200. I guess I have nothing better to do, might as well. Yeah, if I was really min-maxing this trip, this would be, I would have found a way to descend a lot faster here. Like, all I would have to do is add an extra decoupler, and then just decouple this and this on the descent. Which isn't quite as easy as that, but there's ways. Oh, I should probably be on that one. Let's double save just because. I've had some problems with heat shields exploding. I'm gonna run out of all of our electric charge here. When I try to eject them now, so we wait until the parachutes are deployed, just to be safe. And then set our landing legs. If we were over water, we would just eject this whole thing now, and if we land on the engines, we can float. Okay, that was mostly mission accomplished. Ooh, should have set that higher, but I knocked him out. Oh my gosh. I think we're gonna have to reload here. What is going on? Let's try to do this one more time. It's like, I've never seen this before. It's pretty weird. He's like in the chair, but not. Okay, I don't remember if I loaded it or saved it after I landed. Yeah, I really wish you could set the force of decouplers outside of the VAB. Like right now, I should be able to set this. Hopefully the same thing doesn't happen again. I guess there's not much more to do than just pray. Yep, alright. Okay, so it's not dilly-dally any longer. Well, maybe I should check the fuel tank flow priority just to make sure. I just had it and clicked off. Well, if the other ones are good, this last one's probably good, especially because I think I made the root part in neg 10, 0. Okay, we're good. Alright, so the most efficient way to do this is, again, not how we're going to do it. Curious altitude, 2000. We are just going to go straight up. The whole way, I think. And if that doesn't work, we'll reload and do it again. Yeah, it's annoying how it doesn't want to follow, especially on time warp. It'll follow the prograde. I should have. Oh crap. Didn't expect that. Probably should have set that a little bit further away. That hasn't happened before. But probably if I just do it in one time instead of 2 times, a lot of times the time warp messes it up. Not bad TWR for this low. I mean, I guess it's not that low. It might be counterintuitive to drain this fat one before the low one. It actually decreases dB. But you get more TWR for longer because you wait to ditch that engine longer. So you have 5 engines instead of 3 for longer. And the TWR gains outweigh the losses from dB weight. At least for this setup. Alright, now we're going to do a little time warping. Now this part's definitely less efficient than tilting towards target. Always happens. We'll just a little bit out of the atmosphere here. And then when we get out, hopefully we have enough D to circularize. Oh, wow, didn't realize. It's a little bit tough to tell here. I guess I need more. No, other way. Way too much. This is when I really should be time warping, but I'm like too nervous. Oh, I can't use saves. Saves are my safety cushion that allow the time warp. I always cancel my burn when I need to cancel the time warp. They're like the same thing in my head. Crap. Wrong way. Well, we're cutting it way closer than I would like on this. I think we're okay. Oh wow, this is way closer than I would like. Is it 90 or 100? I always forget what the atmosphere is. This is actually going to be pretty tough, I think. I'm going to have to reload this. I don't know, pretty similar, 150. What's our, yeah, 0.2. We did pretty good on that after overcorrecting multiple times. Okay, let's try this. Going back and forth on where. Yeah, that's okay if we don't, if we run out of DV also, because we can do this with a jetpack. Well, I made it worse, but we can correct it with the burn. Oh, shoot. How did we do? Not so hot. Alright, this should be fine. Once again, trying to get a prograde on the target marker. And it's kind of nice how this matches up. I can just burn all my fuel when we get close. Oh, it's weird how the physics work. Screws that up. Try to get fancy and grab the seat from a different angle. Didn't really work. Alright. Next up is Gilly. So the best way to do Gilly is, I don't know, it might be a little bit different since our AN and DN are in a different spot, but it still should be close enough. We wait until it's at about 90 degrees from the DN, so like around here. And then a burn after the sending node should get us there. Alright, that should be good. I think this is like 800. Let's try it out. Oh, not 800. Gosh. As soon as it gets close, I think it's jumping to the next orbit. That's so terrible how it does that. I don't know. Yeah, see, 26 days. That's so annoying because there's definitely a closer one right on here. I'm tempted to just like burn this and assume that it's as close as I think it is because it looked like that on the approach. We can change the timing of this. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I kind of want to get this good now, but with that bug, let's just burn this and then we'll adjust halfway. Whoa. Gotta watch out with the shakes. Sometimes you can cancel them by doing a quick time warp. I've had this craft blow up before. It's usually pretty stable, but it's unpredictable when it strikes you. It's only been like once. Normally here I would cancel this maneuver node, but I'm afraid it's going to make it impossible to see where we're actually going. Not as close as I had hoped. Dang. Should have left it. I think it's worth going a little bit retrograde. Oh, weird. A little bit buggy. Okay. I meant to make that a little bit further out. How do I do this? It's confused by only one marker. I think it's behind the AP flag. Good. A bit far. I think that's okay. Definitely lose some efficiency here. Only 230. Yeah, we're fine. It's gonna be cheap. Might actually be faster to go direct here instead of oh, we're on the other side, aren't we? No good on the dark. Yeah, I'm not sure if it saves more time to be on the equator or just to go direct, because time warp gets so weird around here. But we're gonna go with the equator. This is not the configuration we want to be in landing on Gilly. You have to balance on this huge thing with just 3 small SAS. Always a trip landing on Gilly. Wish there was a way to time warp faster here. Worth going real slow on this one because otherwise we'll bounce up and down for ages. Oh, and I already screwed up a little bit. It's weird that the camera's confused. Okay. I don't think we're quite landed yet, technically. Okay, and now I think we are. Wish I could get like a judge's confirmation. But yeah, I think that's good. Now we're off the ground, but we were on it a second ago. There's no way to get this sideways increase in speed without sliding. I'm just gonna go straight out of Gilly here. It might put us in a weird spot, but that's okay. What did I just say? 8,000. Alright, where do I want to park here? I think I want to be at 20k. 20k km. A little confusing. 20 million meters, I think. What are we right now? 12 and 50. I probably should have like doubled the ejection speed just to speed this up. Oh dang, I didn't write any down any transfer windows till year 18. Pretty sure there's one pretty soon, year 17. I'm not sure if it's faster to look it up right now or to just wait. Get our 20 by 20 orbit here. Probably should fix the inclination before we get lowered. Not that we're really hurting for DV. Not really sure where they'll. Probably easier to use the sun as a reference with curving. Yeah, it's not that much easier. it's over there. Okay, well, I think 2 degrees is good enough. I think we can hit 2 degrees here. .9, yeah. I should be looking at that even moho while I wait. Alright. Now, put it on time warp and hope I can find the transfer before we get to the date. Yeah, okay. Day 158. Not bad at all. Hopefully the 2 degrees inclination doesn't mess it up. But we can always do adjustment burns. I think we have a lot of extra DV on this. But this is my least tested one, so I'm not really sure. Alright, I probably should have cut that less close because this is like a 10-day orbit. Okay. Ejection 102 retrograde. It's annoying how they use different systems in the game for inclination, or for ejection angle and then transfer planner. Okay, 102 to retrograde, so I think that means we're going from this direction. 102 would be like out here. And it says -912, -100. Let's see how we did. Yeah, pretty good. Okay. We'll just do a little inclination burn on the way. Hopefully that's close enough. I'm just using Alex Moon's popular transfer planner. It's been around since like 2013 for this. Oh, for a second I thought, got confused there. I don't know. Well, the closest approach is decreasing, now it's increasing, okay. Alright, maybe do this like halfway. Oh wow, it's further than I thought, damn. Oh, that extra burn screwed me. Okay, so maybe it's better to fix it here. I think it's going to mess up our timing though. Let's try to do this in 2. What happens if we do another one closer? I think this is going to be a little expensive, but I think we're okay on DV. Yeah, it didn't look like it was moving from that angle that I was looking at it at, so I was like, oh, I can just keep burning. It was that can be deceptive. Well, it was raising my AP or my PE too much. Okay, not doing this exactly like I should. Found that targeting the sun can really help with the angles here. If you're having trouble getting exactly on. Wow, 1000 dV. This is pretty far from optimal. I think it's going to add to our capture burn too. Yeah, it really seems like we should have hit once by now. Like right there, that's really close. Well, maybe not that close. Dang. Now we're finally. This is so far out too. This is going to be this is very far from the most efficient way to do this. Let's save right now. I would really hate to do all this and have to reload because we're not a DV, but we're far enough along and our time's good. Ooh, that was a mistake. Let's see if I can get it with this. I'm doing the right one. And this is where I wish I had precise burn too, because I'm going to spend some time getting this right, and then I'm going to screw up the burn. Even though it's 10,000 or 1,000, it still is I think the last final adjustment is still going to be really sensitive. Normally I wouldn't care that much at all. I think last time I did this I just like took the first intersection and just did a far out capture. But I'm trying to get this close because we're losing so much DV on this extra intercept burn. Now let's see what it tells us. Might be good to know this before we start the burn, how much this is going to be. I don't even remember what a normal insertion burn is here. Like 3,000. Okay, that's doable. One final unnecessary save, hopefully. kind of nice that the sparks didn't activate here. The lower TWR is actually an advantage on this. This burn, so let's just be a little more precise. I'll probably activate them after, assuming I'm still comfortable with the DV we're at. Probably should have kept that burn on. Easier reference. Okay. We could decrease our PE more, but I think it would cost. It would ruin our inclination a little bit, so it's not worth it. Hopefully this isn't too much more than the one we planned earlier. Not too bad. Yeah, so just moving this out from 80 to 20 costs like 100 dV extra. Oh, we're already at the startup time. Forgot how long this one was. By the time it will messed up, because we'll move this up. Let's do that now. Big TWR boost. Yeah, see now it says start burning 54 seconds. So maybe we should do that actually. Maybe should have waited to start those sparks. Get a little extra dV by running the more efficient engines, but I don't think it matters. I think we still have plenty of cushion even with that weird adjustment burn. I guess we're going down now. Got 11 minutes before we're at the 5-hour mark. I think we can bring it home by then. Don't need to burn this high up, but I'm trying to be. I think it'll make the landing go a little bit quicker to cancel our horizontal velocity more. Really aggro with the time warp there. Oops. Alright. Tempted to like get out and plan a fag or something. I always feels kind of weird just like landing and then taking off. You're doing something wrong. It's annoying how you can't see your inclination at like this screen. Well, it's time warping at least. .5 degrees, I think that's fine. Okay, how do I get back? Well, I wrote out transfers. I'll have to look this up. Probably worth we'll risk some time warp while I look it up. I think it's going to be around 100, 150 days. Here's 17 day 416. Okay, I don't want physical. I think this is a pretty efficient window too. So this is going to take 18 or 1900. So still have 2000 extra. Oh shoot. Hit the wrong button. Okay. I think it's still probably okay. We'll just plug this one in and adjust it. Injection angle 98 to prograde. So about here-ish. Oh, not quite. This should be adjustable, not too bad. Alright, it's probably easier if, yeah, let's do the adjustment burn before this time. It's always annoying when you, like, from your perspective, it looks like it's good. You don't know how to adjust it. Okay. This would be 400, 2500, so I'll still have an extra 1500. I think we can adjust in from there for 1500. Yeah, so I guess visually, there's no reason to like look where this goes since we have this other node here. You can hold this down and drag it so you can see what's happening, like while you're burning without a maneuver node. But Alright, hopefully that was accurate. 0 doesn't always mean 0 on that error. I should look if that's, yeah, so now it's not on. That should be close. Probably should get this right on too. Okay. I keep doing that every time. I hit the time cancel when I'm trying to cancel throttle and vice versa. I can't remember. I probably do have our RCS on right now, so we'll cancel that just to be on the safe side. For those who don't know, you can't use your parasail if your RCS has been on. Looks like a land landing. Oh, this is too fast. Okay, good. Coast down to a crash landing here. And we're pretty close to the 5-hour mark. Dang, I think I'm going to be just a little bit over. If only this was oriented more, less radial out or in. Wasting time here on accident. Not the most graceful, but works. Well, alright then. We did it. I'm not sure if the time ends when you recover or when you get back here, but stay over 5 hours either way. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time.